Przemo, wiesz wszystko co i jak?
Teraz mi pokażesz. Przypomnij mi, bo już kiedyś tam robiłem to, ale...
To zaraz, bo na razie jeszcze leci break table, to później. Najpierw dodamy ludzi. W tym.
Zapiszmy po prostu, nie? I musisz mi tylko pokazać, gdzie mam klikać, żeby się wyciszyć. Chyba, że
Nie wyciszaj mikrofonu, nie, bo to jest lipa, niech leci tło.
Dobra, nawet jak tu coś gadamy w kuluarach,
nie ma
tak?
znaczenia.
Nawet jak opierdalamy komuś dupę albo...
Wszystko musi się nagrać.
Dobrze. A w ogóle powiem wam, że studiowałem sobie, Wawa byłby ze mnie dumny, studiowałem sobie to w pociągu i odkryłem parę rzeczy, które chyba jednak nie do końca jest tak, jak myśleliśmy.
To znaczy?
Na przykład pokażę wam coś ciekawego, co znalazłem. Zawsze niby jest, że zasięg mierzymy od kartonika, nie? A strzałów, a na przykład efektów od podstawki. Dupa, nie ma czegoś takiego.
Dlaczego?
No nie ma czegoś takiego. Jest normalnie w sekcji distance and range. Serio?
Nie mierzysz od plastiku do plastiku. A masz najświeższy fakt?
No.
I ten?
No,
na pewno nie.
Ten z grudnia, chyba że coś nowego było.
Mierzysz dystans mierzysz od modelu, a mierzysz tylko w strzale masz.
Może coś źle czytam.
Okej, no to spokojnie.
Ale pokażę ci, co znalazłem. Range and distance. Masz napisane tak.
No.
Range and distance. To jest właśnie tak rozrzucane.
Ja wiem.
O, when measuring firing arc, range or distance, ignore squadrons activation sliders and ships and shield dials and the plastic portions of the base that frame the shield dial.
No.
Tak, gdzie jest napisane, że robi się jakikolwiek inny pomiar.
To tak nie działa.
No jak, no to, ale dobrze.
Masz miarkę, to jest zero-jedynkowe. Jeśli zasady nie mówią Ci, że mierzysz od jakiegoś specyficznego punktu modelu, to mierzysz od podstawki do podstawki. Więc nawet od shield diala mierzysz na przykład zasięgi.
Jest jakiś tam później rozdział pod tytułem range and distance.
Tylko i wyłącznie range jakby strzału masz napisane, że mierzysz tam firing arc i tak dalej, że mierzysz od kartonika i ten. To jest, wiesz, to jest jakby obvious i tak dalej i wiesz,
Masz rację,
wszyscy
dobra,
tak grają, znaczy wszyscy tak grają, to nie jest argument, ale...
Okej, ale tu masz rację, ale jedną rzecz zrobiliśmy z Grześkiem źle, kiedy strzelaliśmy, kiedy mój okręt stał na chmurce. Masz rację, znalazłem wreszcie i umiem już wytłumaczyć w razie czego, dlaczego shield dial jest abstraktem, ale jest jeden przypadek. To jest tak głupie, bo musisz przejść do chmurki, nie? Jest takie, słuchajcie, może ten sam okręt strzelać do kogoś i móc strzelać, a sam być celem strzału i nie może być strzelany. Jest to sytuacja, kiedy stoisz na chmurce
Czyli
i twój shield dial overlapuje chmurkę.
No, to wtedy masz abstrakta, chyba że idzie przez ten.
Jest to jedyny przypadek, kiedy w zasadach chmurki, nie obstacli, jest napisane, że when a ship would trace line of sight across a dust field, but obstacle is overlapped by a ship, that is not the attacker or defender, to ten, ale potem when a ship traces line of sight to the defending hull zone of a ship that is overlapping a dust field, but the traced line does not pass over a viable portion of that obstacle, the ship can perform the attack.
No.
That attack cannot be performed if the line of sight is traced through the defending hull zone shield dial and the dust field would otherwise be visible.
Okay,
czyli to jest jedyny przypadek, kiedy ty strzelasz do kogoś, kto stoi na chmurce, jest jego dial, nie? Shield dial.
Jest abstrakt, ale
i wtedy nie możesz do niego strzelać, ale on może strzelać, bo nie ma napisane i wtedy wchodzi zasada obstacli.
Dobra.
Gdzie, to jest chore, ale tak jest.
Jarek, no nie jest...
Tak to trochę. No, przekombinowali. Tak sobie siedziałem w pociągu i tak sobie czytałem to wszystko.
No ja to jeszcze później doczytam, ale chyba masz rację, no.
Czy w ogóle będzie jeszcze taki przypadek, nie?
Na pewno.
Dobra, ja muszę wrócić.
Okej. Kto tam jeszcze jest? Krzysiek Bych... A, Peter Saber.
No.
Marcin jest? Nie ma? O, ale jest Kajetan. Okej. Kto tam jeszcze?
Ktoś wie jak się...
Mateusz Biela. A Grzesiek Ludwin jest? Nie ma? Jest?
Jest.
Okej. To teraz Krakusy. Paweł... Pawlak, Ołękarka to jest.
Widzę co jem.
Dobra. Następnie kto jeszcze z Krakowa jest?
Mateusz Bielak.
Wpisane, Grzesiek wpisane.
Z Krakowa to chyba tyle.
A, ten jest Oskar Kim. On nie jest z Krakowa, ale
No i jeszcze
jest.
Paweł.
Paweł wpisany. Jakub.
Wiem, że tu wszystkie rozpiski ci przynieśli.
Ja tu już skanuję. Obiektywy.
Jakub Harmo. Ja ci swoją wyślę na tego.
A ty wiedziałeś właśnie przy okazji jakie ja mam obiektywy z...
Domyślałem się jaki będzie czerwony, a reszta to...
No wiedział, bo przecież mu wysyłałem tą listę, w sensie jako moją, nie? A ty miałeś tą samą co ja. Nie?
No.
Marek, masz może flaszkę od Kostucha jedną?
Miałbym.
Marcin Kotuł.
Znaczy to było się można w miarę domyślić, ale jestem ciekaw czy się domyślał.
No to też prawda. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 1, 2, 3, 4, 15. No ciężko było się czerwonego. Kogoś mi brakuje. Jacek Kłopotowski. I kogoś jeszcze jednego brakuje. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 1, 2, 3, 4, 15, 16, 17. A ilu nas jest? Raz, dwa.
Nie.
Nie będzie wawy dzisiaj?
Nie, a czemu?
A, bo ma coś na niego. A to
Cześć.
Majza. Siema.
Dawid,
Patrz, zapomniałem tego przylewu zrobić.
Czego?
No tylko co ci mówiłem z tymi kartami. Ja jeszcze to sprawdzę, ale powinienem ci za jeden set oddać. Jestem absolutnie pewien.
A właśnie, to muszę pamiętać.
Tylko zapomniałem.
Dobra, chyba, czyli wszyscy są chyba.
A będziesz jeszcze drukował w najbliższym czasie?
Nie, dopiero jak 3 wyjdzie. Ale mam sporo angielskich targów jeszcze.
Nie chodzi mi o taroty, chociaż czekaj, bo ja kupiłem trzeciego recka, tak? Jak masz jeszcze recki, to rezerwuję.
Mam.
Dwa.
Bo mnie kilka osób
Odmówiło.
w zamówieniu i nie zostało mi kart, no...
A miałbyś na przykład, żeby sprzedać same droidy, te abordażujące? Czy raczej
Już
chcesz
nie mam tych kart.
Nie.
Znaczy i tak, ja tylko paczuszkami.
paczuszkami? To nie jest, to spokojnie.
Separatystów paczuszka polska mi została jedna.
To tam wiesz, mogę sobie użyć jednej dużej karty. Ale
Ewentualnie ci
to
mogę po prostu-
do jednego recka pewnie jeszcze bym od ciebie wziął.
No to spoko. To jeśli dzisiaj chcę poczekać pół godziny po prostu, to ci mogę przynieść dzisiaj, bo ja mieszkam tuż obok.
Aha, to no
Znaczy,
spokojnie.
na Poznańskiego.
Spokojnie, nie dzisiaj, to następnym razem.
To zgadza się, lista sprawdzać?
Tak, możesz sprawdzić przemo listę ludzi, a ze streamem to już cię.
Dobra, jak ruszą już paten, nie? To wtedy puścimy streama. Mamy 19 osób, tak? Bartłomiej, Kostuch, Daniel, Unzeitig, może dlaczego z Krakida. Jest Macelud, jest Daniel Unzeitig, jest Krzysiek Brych, jest Grzegorz, jest Peter Silver, jest Radosław Kocimierz, jest Bartłomiej Kostuch, jest Paweł Pawlak, jest Marcin Kotulas, jest Jakub Harmo, jest Dawid Stach, jest Piotr Świetlicki, jest Mateusz Bielet, jest Kajetan Parczyński, Jacek Kłopotowski, jest Jarek Jasikiewicz. Dobra, zgadza się. Powinno być 18. Raz, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8. Dobra, zgadza się, no. Jest 18 osób, bo... Okej, create matches? Czy co tu się... Tak, to się klika? Tu?
Tak, create
Dobra.
matches, no.
Swiss, round 1, randomize, again generate
Generate
matches.
matches i teraz tak.
Click here, success, redirecting.
I teraz tak, jak wjedzie wynik, ktoś ci będzie zgłaszał wynik, w ogóle poproś ludzi, żeby ci zapisali sobie i dali ci na koniec rundy, bo to przeszkadza w komentarzu. A na koniec. Jak skończy się runda, wpisujesz punkty, które zdobył gość, czy przegrał, czy wygrał, punkty zdobył, przegrał, wygrał i zapisujesz zielonym.
Dobra. Dobra, wszyscy gotowi? Możemy zaczynać? Otwieram rozpry. Kto jeszcze nie ma rozpry? Rozpa, dobra, jeszcze jakieś rozpy? Dobra. A czy ja to jest? To poszli Oskar. No, to już
Zapożyczył.
zaraz ci dam. Mam gdzieś drugi. Ale dobra. A, bo nie masz obiektywów zapisanych, tak?
To mi się tylko podpisać.
Kto tam jeszcze chciał podpisać rozpę?
Tu jest wersja z obiektywem.
Doceniam. Dobra. Uwaga, paringi na pierwszą rundę. Na początek mamy na pierwszym stole na streama Jacek Kłopotowski i Piotr Świetlicki. Proszę? Czyli Świetlik nie chcesz na streama? No dobrze, drugi stół Daniel Unzeitig, Marek Talma. No to gracie na streamie, a na drugim stole Jacek z Piotrkiem. Czy stoły są ponumerowane? Mamy?
Jest tak. Pierwszy, drugi, trzeci, czwarty, piąty, szósty, siódmy, ósmy.
Dobra. Trzeci stół Kajetan Perczyński, Jarosław Jasikiewicz. Czwarty Radosław Godzimirski, Marcin Kotulas. Piąty Matt Selwood, Jakub Harmo. Szósty Dawid Pych, Peter Saber. Siódmy Oskar Kida, Mateusz Bielat. Ósmy Bartłomiej Kostuch, Paweł Pawlak. I dziewiąty Grzesiek Ludwin, Krzysztof Brych. Tu jest jakiś czas start?
Zaraz.
Dobra. Jest.
Tu jest 6. Czy to jest?
Nie wiem. Dajemy jakieś 10 minut wcześniej.
Już ci pokażę, to ci szybko pokażę.
Widzę, już jest czas tutaj w rogu i
Tak.
tylko odpalmy streama, może jak już tam coś zaczniecie robić, pokaż mi tylko, który...
Już możesz dać. Main table. I teraz tak. Rozpy. Musisz sobie otworzyć,
To musisz mi wysłać zaraz.
wyślę ci. Otwórz sobie buildera jakiegoś, na przykład Warlords. Albo...
Nie, daj mi Ryana, ja wolę Ryana. Tam jest tekst.
Dobra, to sobie wpiszesz, już poszukasz. Tylko ci pokażę, patrz. Tak, left w notatniku to jest lewa rozpa.
Okej.
Wypierdzielasz całą,
I wklejam całą.
wklejasz całą poza obiektywami i tam jak najmniej tych takich dodatkowych informacji.
No,
Wiesz o
wiadomo,
co chodzi,
wiadomo.
tych z góry, nie?
Tak.
Zapisujesz wiadomo, Daniel, Unzeitig, tam Marek, Talma. Left, right to są te. Score to jest to, co Cię interesuje. W środek wpisujesz objective i tutaj punkty. I teraz tak.
Zapisujemy kto pierwszy, kto drugi?
Tak. Kto pierwszy, kto drugi, to masz inicjatywa. Tak, żeby poruszyć, wyjustać czy cokolwiek, musisz tutaj odblokować.
Tak,
I tak,
pamiętam.
inicjatywa to jest ten token.
A, okej. Mogę
Przesuwasz.
go przesuwać.
Tak.
Nie masz myszki, to wziął myszkę.
Nie mam niestety. Nie ma gdzie jej włożyć, w sensie
wolnych
wejść, tak. Slotów.
Ładuje się, będą się nie palić.
Dobra, wszystko jest zrobione. I tak, no obiektyw czasami jest krzywo, bo jak jest długa nazwa, no to ci wiedzie, ale to wtedy możesz go, jest tak, inicjatywa Ci interesuje, left, right, score ob, to objective jest i tyle, nic więcej.
Okej.
No, nie wyciszaj mikrofonu.
Dobra. Już jest włączony mikrofon?
Jest oczywiście. I no i jak wejdziesz, uzupełnisz listy, to możesz powrócać tam na Facebooku, nie?
Dobra, zaraz to zrobimy, ale to już się nagrywa, już leci stream, tak? Okej. Zegar startuje za 5 minut. Dobra.
tak?
Za 5 minut, no.
Czy możemy przeczekać 20 minut, w sensie w ramach czasu gry?
Czemu?
Bo nie wziąłem kartonika do flagowca. A
Ale
ja mieszkam tutaj tuż obok, podbiegnę.
no to jak przeciwnik się zgodzi, no to... W sensie, no nie będę mógł chyba przeciągnąć czasu, no powiedzmy jeszcze...
Nie, mi chodzi o to, żeby ten czas się wgryzł w nasz czas gry.
Nie bardzo rozumiem, no. W sensie,
Może
no...
puścisz licznik, a przeciwnik po prostu poczeka na mnie.
No tak, no jak się dogadacie, to spokojnie, no. Leć. A może ktoś będzie miał taki... No. No. Będziecie musieli po prostu grać szybciej. Daniel nie działa. Nie dostałem jeszcze.
Przyszło tym messengerem?
Jeszcze nie chyba.
Że wysyłałem.
Jeszcze nic nie mam na Messengerze, a pokaż gdzieś tam wysłał. No właśnie, to dlaczego ja to jeszcze nie dostałem?
No, co ja, bo ja mam neta wyłączone, to bardzo wiele tłumaczy.
Strzałeczka.
Jest.
A tu tą strzałeczkę dajesz i
No to ja już przesłałem.
moją też już masz.
Dobra.
kleja rzucam tylko.
Tylko ja nie wiem, czy ja mam kliknąć to, co jest w przeglądarce, czy co?
A z telefonu korzystasz z Facebooka?
No.
No to idź na Legion Kraków, tam już leci tam
A
film.
już leci?
No.
To już. Okej, runda pierwsza, czas start. Gramy do 12:45. Hello guys, and welcome to Republic Open, the fourth and final tournament in the Polish regional series. This is a little initiative which we had going here, started by the Polish community due to the lack of the official organized play. We have had 3 other tournaments so far in the major cities in Poland. So there was Warsaw, Gdańsk and Wrocław, and now we finishing our tour in Kraków. So today we're going to have 3 rounds and 18 players. I think it's actually the biggest of the all 4 tournaments. A lot of local players, but also players from Warsaw, and from Gdańsk as well, and from other cities. On a stream at the moment we've got 2 players. One is Daniel Unzeitig, from a local player from Kraków, and Marek Talma from Warsaw. So let me see, what are their fleets. Daniel is on the left, and he has we've got actually Clone Wars era battle, nice and climatic, Acclamator and 4 armed cruisers led by Admiral Ularen against Martuk, 2 recusants with Hartzell and some fighter screen. Republic fleet also has a fighter screen with Anakin Skywalker, Axe, Plo Koon and 5 V-19 Torrent squadrons. I see they already started to place obstacles. I'll go over and check what's the objective and who's the first player. So the objective is a fighter ambush, and that's Marek's objective, so Daniel will be first player. Or actually not, sorry. That's Daniel's objective, so yes, so Daniel is second player, Marek is the first player, and they are playing Daniel's fighter ambush. So what we have on the right hand side, the Separatists fleet here is based around 2 recusant light destroyers, and since those are led by Martuk, I imagine The main Marek strategy is just to throw as many red dice as possible. There are some external racks on them to give this extra punch in the close combat, but also enhanced armament. Okay, interesting choice. So he'll be trying to double arc, I guess, which is interesting with those weird firing arcs of the recusants. And then we've got Beast of Burden, hard cell with TI-99, so that's a droid which gives you a counter if you are not activated yet, or increases your counter by 1. So we've got 4 3 fighters, including one of their aces and 2 Belbuap or something like this. So those are General Grievous fighters, but just the generic ones. I imagine this is like a light fighter screen. It's probably, I would say, mid fighter wing. Yeah, it's a mid fighter wing. Should be enough to stop enemies fighters long enough for those destroyers to do some damage. On the left we've got Daniel's fleet, which is 4 armed cruisers, 3 of them with just external racks, and armed cruiser which is a flagship and has a kind of a flotilla style. So that's interesting, thanks to the Radiant 7 title. This is actually like old style flotilla lifeboat flagship, which is there only to give a ride to your Admiral, give some tokens with Comsnet and Hondo, and just stay safe and provide an extra activation. I've noticed that recently, thanks to the Clone Wars, Clone Wars faction not having a flotillas, we generally see less average, smaller number of average activations in the fleet. It used to be like 5 activations. Now I would say 3 to 4 is a common number of activations in the fleet. And looking at this, Daniel with a 5 activations has actually a pretty good chance to pull out last first actually, with many of his opponents, of course if he's first player. And I think this is something he's counting on with all those external racks armed cruisers, because those guys are basically they probably don't attack that hard more than once. They're just there to fire external racks and escape. To be honest, I'm not that familiar with all the Republic stuff, as I haven't started collected Republic yet. I'm going to check what actually is Admiral Yularen deal. Let's see. And Acclamator 1 is upgraded to be pretty good carrier here, with both external expanded hangar base and the boosted comms and flight controllers and Nevota B. So I see that it can probably pull out some long range activation with combined with this fighter ambush that may be quite deadly, especially with Anakin Skywalker. Oh, Nevota B, so that's the title which gives you Swarm. And if you have a swarm, then you get a reroll while attacking a ship. So that's why all those V19 torrents with the, I think, a black tie. Let me check. Yes, they actually have they're not the bombers, V19s, but they indeed have a black dice anti-ship armament, so with a reroll that's pretty good chance for a damage. Now let's see, Admiral Yularen. So when a friendly ship resolves a squadron command, if it spends a squadron token, it may activate 1 additional squadron. So with a squadron token, which probably you're going to get from Comsnet, it actually can activate 6 squadrons, 3 It's a squadron value, 4th thanks to the expanded hangars, 5th thanks to the token, and 6th thanks to Admiral Ularen. When it resolves engineering command, it may spend engineering points on the following repair effects. So it's 2 points to choose a friendly squadron at the distance 1 to 3. That squadron recovers 1 hull point. That's very interesting. So basically that Nivota B, it's pretty deadly carrier. It can attack on its own with some red and black dice from the front, but also it can activate 6 squadrons. So you can imagine if Daniel can pull out last first with this ship, it's going to be huge. Of course, Marek will get some pass tokens since he's like two activations less. Has 2 activations less than Daniel. But we will need to be careful and use them in the perfect moment, otherwise those will be wasted. Okay, so guys, I already set up obstacles while I was talking and checking cards, and we can see unfortunately they are deployed further away from the screen. Marek has wisely concentrated both his destroyers to enable them to support each other, and then I imagine they will be going fast. That's what I will do at least, and then the hard cell should slow roll to support the big ships. On the other hand, Daniel, yes, he's now using the fighter ambush special rule, which allows him to set up distance 1 from any obstacle. So, as I was saying, thanks to the boosted comms, he can actually try to use this extended activation range to activate 6 squadrons earlier. Let me check what Plo Koon actually is doing. Can't remember all those Jedis yet. So we know that Axe is giving you a chance to spend the defense token, his defense token. You can spend his defense token to reduce the damage suffered by the friendly squadron by 1. If you combine this with Ularen ability to heal the squadrons and the high value of the Republic squadron's hull, it seems that it's going to be very difficult to kill all those Republic squadrons. Marek should concentrate to kill them, not to damage a lot of them, just to kill them one by one, otherwise he's risking they're going to be healed. And let's check the Plo Koon. So non-unique friendly squadrons without counter at distance 1 gain counter. So yes, so that's with the flight controllers, counter among the V19 turrets. That's a very good combo. It seems like those V19 turrets are going to be deadly against other squadrons thanks to flight controllers, deadly against the ships. Well, maybe not very deadly because they don't do crits, but still you've got at least like 80 something percent, 75% is a basic probability of getting a damage on the black dice, but then you get a reroll from Nivota B, so that's much higher. I'll probably something about 80 something or 90 something percent, I can't remember, can't do the math now on the spot, but it's very good chance that all of those 19 turrets will be putting at least 1 damage, or should I say exactly 1 damage. And then there is Anakin Skywalker, of course, who can ignore engagement and basically bomb your ships. It's something which is, I would say, works kind of like the old Intel before it was nerfed. So as you may remember, Intel used to give you a freedom to attack any ships and ignore a fighter screen, but now it only gives you a grid. So Anakin Skywalker kind of works like Intel used to do, but at least has a cost of spending a token. Okay, so I see where I was wrong. Since Marek is the first player, Daniel won't be able to do classic last first. However, what he can do with 2 more activations, he can outweight his opponent and strike on the top of the turn. 1, 2, 3. It seems like speed 3 from this recusant. Not sure which one is the flagship. I'll just go and check which ones are the flagships. So looks like both flagships are on the opposite side of the battlefield. So the first consular we can see it's a flagship, it's a public flagship, and the recusant on the top of the screen is a CIS flagship. I'm just trying to Okay, it seems like this is the fourth. Those are now the last 2 activations from Daniel. All the separatist ships has been already activated. Okay, what's going on now? I believe we moved to the squadron phase, and Marek is first player, so he's got two of his squadrons to activate. He's probably thinking where to move to block the Republic fighters from doing a damage. I don't think, because one disadvantage of the Republic squadrons, which are kind of similar to the Rebel ones in terms of being all-rounders, is that they are slow. So from where the fighters are now, I don't think Daniel has a range to attack any of Marek's ships, and I believe Marek should try to stay outside of the engagement range from the Republic squadrons, so he can then do alpha strike with squadrons next round. I'll try to post some links to the stream. I hope it will reach as many people as possible. Let's see what I can do. Okay, so maybe meanwhile, while the moving fighters, I'll tell you a little bit the story behind this series of the tournaments. Since there is a lack of any organized play, obviously due to pandemic, we have decided to run a small tournament series, like a regional level tournaments, started by a few players from the community, and it wasn't easy because we were not sure while we was planning this back in the winter. We wasn't sure what would be the restrictions, will be there any for example maybe tournaments or people gatherings will be prohibited, but we were lucky and we were able to gather players in Warsaw, in Gdańsk, in Wrocław, now here in Kraków. Obviously now is the largest tournament is 18 players because we have a summer already, and the situation with the pandemic is pretty good, so it's okay. This allowed us to gather 18 players. We hope we can finish this maybe with some kind of the national championships level tournament in the autumn, but we'll see how the situation is going to be then. And meanwhile, players moving to the round 2, planning their commands. And let me see. What will be the first activation from Marek? Well, he has a medium fighter screen, but let's be honest, those transports and the transport destroyers, they don't have that many squadron activations. So with a token, if he banked a token in the first round, he can then activate 3 fighters at most. And I'm afraid with the just 3 hull from 3 fighters, that won't be enough to do any significant damage on the Republic fighters, especially with this axe being there and this big fighter blob of the Republic squadrons. Okay. Tak? Mhm. Okay, I disappeared for a moment because I'm also a judge today, so there may be a few moments when I am called to the table. And what have I missed? I see guys rolling some dice, so yes, there's the first 3 fighter attacking. And that is coming from, let me see, was that activated by, yes, it seems it's activated by the hard cell transport. So there was some counter from the V19. Okay guys, I see I've got a chat here and we have already some players who joined. Cześć Jerzy i cześć Blackguard 4321. I'll try to check this chat from time to time. Maybe you've got some questions which I can answer. And let's see, was Marek able to kill at least 1 squadron? I think it may be very difficult with this axe, asking him to reroll some dice. Or sorry, it's not actually rerolling, it's suffering 1 damage less, which is even worse, because if you're forced to reroll, then at least you've got a chance to score something. Wiadomo, żeby się pograło, Jurek, ale czasem i sędziowanie, i komentowanie jest fajne. Okay, what are we having here? So, Marek moved his hard cell, and I believe now is the time for this deadly activation from the acclamator. I wonder how quickly Daniel can beat this fighter screen and get his work on the large ships. Let me see if I can, if there is anything telling me how many people watching at the moment. Not sure. Okay, I hope some more players will join us shortly. Okay, someone is... Tak?
Jak jest Dustfield, nie? I wystaje mój narożnik, ale kropka jest w Dustfieldzie. Czyli tak, jak maczysz losa...
Chodźmy zobaczyć. Okay, there were dust fields creating some line of sight problems on one of the tables. What have I missed here? Okay, so Daniel is not activating his cruiser. I think, well, the difficult situation for the acclamator is that if Daniel would activate the acclamator, he would probably ram his own consular. So he's waiting to move the consular first. I think it's probably not any danger for him, because as I was saying, with axe and options to repair thanks to the ULRN, those Republic squadrons aren't dying anytime soon. Okay, I've got some fleets here. I'll see. So every player was asked to bring a printed copy of his fleets. Let's see how many different fleets we've got today. And we've got so far a lot of Republic fleets. I've got at least 5. 6, 7. Seven Republic fleets. Eight, sorry. It seems like we've got 8 Republic fleets today out of the 18 players. That's a lot. Almost half of the fleets are Republic. Just 2 Separatists, 2 Imperials, and 3 or 4 Rebels, something like that. So a lot. I'm not sure if everyone gave me a copy of their fleets. But anyway, this is exactly opposite what we've got 2 weeks ago in Wrocław, where we had like 2 Republic fleets and I think 6 maybe or 5 Separatist fleets out of 13 players. And yeah, I think we're seeing now the activation from Nevota B. Daniel is moving his squadrons to attack and he started to kill all those separatist fighters. Marek is doing some counter with the 3 fighters, but I don't think he will be able to kill too many of the Republic squadrons. So I have just checked that Daniel fleet's cloaks at 396 points. I'll add this to description. So I'm guessing he was choosing to be second player, hoping to play one of his objectives. And now reserve hangar decks are coming into play. Okay, there is a rule question. Okay, it was a classic question about the concentrate fire, dial, and token, if they can be used separately or do they have to be used together in the attack. And for those who don't know, the answer is you can only do one of each commands during your activation, so you can never spend a concentrate fire token and the dial on a separate attacks. You can only use a concentrate fire command once during your activations, regardless of the source. Is that from the token or is that from the dial? And what have I missed this time? Right. Daniel is still activating his squadrons, I think. And probably he's checking the distance so he can activate them later with the armed cruisers. Since he can activate 6 out of 8 his squadrons with the acclamator, but actually if those little armed cruisers bank a squadron token, they become quite a decent squad carriers, because they've got just a one squadron value, but thanks to Ularen with a token they can activate 2 squadrons. Now okay, Daniel's still attacking with his fighters. Yeah, as I was saying, 6 fighters to activate, and I know that Daniel is, well, he's well known from good squadron play, but he always carefully considers the positioning and all the implications, all the distances, so it takes a while. But that was the last one, and acclamator is moving. It's moving straight, interesting. So like he has no intent, he doesn't intend to fight with the acclamator at all. He's just hoping for recusants to come at him, and he's hoping that they will have to break through all those Republic fighters first. So Daniel has some points for killing 3 fighters. Not sure if he killed any aces for now. The recusant closer to us is actually a Patriot Fist, so Marek can kind of hope to have at least one good attack next round. Unfortunately for him, Daniel still has to an opportunity to move those consulars, so they will probably escape from the firing range. To be honest, things don't look good for Marek. I believe, I predict that this will end with all the fighters, Hartzell and one of the recusants being killed, with no to little casualties on Daniel's side. Daniel seems to play safe with his ships, and he won't close to to attack with the external racks unless he will be sure he can survive firing back. And those squadrons probably will have enough time to eat at least one of the recusants. And the recusants don't have that much anti-fighter firepower. Those are light destroyers, so they got just the blue dice. I can't see any linked turbo laser towers, which would allow to maybe focus your attacks on a single squadron. For example, kill that Anakin Skywalker, or you can imagine you could do attack with your flag, add the linked turbo laser towers, add external racks, maybe add a concentrate fire, plus some squadron attacks, and for example kill one or two key squadrons like Anakin Skywalker or Rax. But without linked turbo laser towers, without fighter screen which will die soon, things don't look good for Marek. Okay, what we've got next? Okay. I see one of the recusants has already spent all his defense tokens, so he was definitely targeted by some fighters. I'll go over and check what exactly is happening there. So at the moment Daniel has killed one bell blow-up and 2-3 fighters, and Marek has killed nothing yet. Those recusants probably will play cat and mouse with the consulars, but since Daniel has 2 more activations and he's the second player, I think you may be able to just run away the whole game.
Przez podstawkę eskadry mogą strzelać, ale są nie engage. Tak jak przez przeszkody.
Przez podstawkę innego okrętu.
No.
Są obstructed normalnie, czyli nie są engaged.
Ale mogą
strzelać oczywiście mogą, tylko że z obstructem.
No,
Mhm. can't exactly see from this angle if that final position of the armed cruiser is in range of the recusant or is not in range. Yeah, Daniel is playing very safe game with his consulars. Obviously, those are at big disadvantage against the recusants, which are excellent at the long range, and with the external racks and the black dice on their own, they can also kick pretty hard at close range. So Daniel is not going to risk losing any of his armed cruisers. He basically intends to leave his squadrons to do all the heavy lifting. And since the objective is a fighter ambush, you can imagine he can score a lot of points from dealing damage cards to enemy ships. So probably killing just a hard cell and one of the recusants can give him a good score, maybe even 10-1 if he doesn't lose anything. I don't know how many people watching us, but if you've got any questions, there is a live chat on YouTube, and maybe those who watching share the link with your friends. This is going to be recorded, of course, so you will be able to watch later in the free time as well. Is that the squadron phase already? I'm guessing it is, and there is yes, there are some squadrons to be moved by Marek, but the only thing he can do with those 3 squadrons is to buy some time. They won't probably live longer than the next round. Okay, so Marek has decided to spread his fighters to engage and lock in position as many of the Republic squadrons as possible. And I wonder if on the top of the next round, which starts in a moment, will he choose to activate the hard cell, or will he choose to activate that recusant? I guess it depends if he has a range to consular. But we are about to see this in a moment. If there is a range from the Patriot Fist to that single armed cruiser, Then it's 4 red dice from the recusant, 5th thanks to Martuk, and then 2 blue dice from Patriot Fist. So that's 7 dice. Is that enough to kill, to one-shot the armed cruiser? To be honest, I don't think so. He would need at least 1 accuracy to block evade, and then 8 damage to kill 4 shields and 4 hull. Out of the 7 dice, well, even 8 dice with concentrate fire, not likely. And yes, I doubt there is a range because Marek is activating Beast of Burden, so the hard cell transport. I imagine it's on squadron command. He's giving out some engineering tokens from parts resupply. And probably activating 2 squadrons. Let's see if he can kill anything. Okay, quite a lot of damage. And there is a counter with a swarm, and is that a dead V19 or no? Oh yes, okay, we've got the first V19 dead. What will be the second squadron to activate? Can't see from here, so I'm going to check and maybe remove those dice. And the Harsel is moving, so yeah, just 1 V19 dead. Things are not looking good for Separatist here. On the other hand, Daniel is basically stalling activations. Instead of activating his 6 squadrons with Nevote B, or is it actually a flagship? So was that the Comsnet giving a squadron token to Acclamator? I haven't seen that because I was over there to check what's the situation on Republic Fighters, and I had to tell you those are not really damaged. There are single point of damage on Axe and a couple of other V19s, but not anything else, and I don't think they're dying anytime soon. If you are watching us at the moment, give us some shout on the chat. Tak.
Jak Jendon oddaje swój atak innej eskadrze, to oddaje ze wszystkimi bonusami z Flight Controllersów i z Runnerki? Czyli tylko z flat attack?
Chwila. Z Howler Runnerki tak, dlatego że Runner Okay, was a way to explain some rules, but I see, yeah, I'm guessing there is a flag from the recusant. Well, if Marek will be lucky, maybe he can deal some damage. 2 dice, so was that with concentrate fire? I really believe he should use the external racks if possible. And the best thing he could do is to come hard, bank to the left, and try to close on those Republic ships, otherwise he has no chance to kill anything. Come on, Marek, be brave. If you do this, you're not going to catch anything. You will just slowly die from those fighters. Okay. This move probably won't give Marek any chance to shoot at the enemy ships next round. We still have to. We're still going to see those Arab cruisers and the Acclamator moved. I think after first round I'll try to go around and check exactly what fleets we've got, what factions we've got today, what are admirals, maybe even archetypes if I've got enough time. We'll see how quickly this will end here. Okay, so as I was saying a few times already, Daniel is playing extremely safe. He's not going to give this Patriot Fist any chance to shoot. Or to be honest, as we already did a quick math, I don't think there is any possibility for armed cruiser to be one-shotted by the recusant, even if Marek had like 2 accuracies to block both evade and redirect. That won't be enough dice left to deal damage. Or will it? I imagine. Well, I guess if you roll like 2 blue accuracies and a few red doubles, then maybe. But what are the odds, right? One thing you may not know is Daniel actually has won the second of our tournaments in Gdańsk. Oh, sorry, I just heard I'm being called to do some rulings. I'll be back in a minute. Okay, sorry, we had some rules questions. Let's see what's happening. It looks like, if I'm correct, at the moment we observe the bombing runs of the Republic squadrons on the recusant of that poor Patriot Fist. So that's probably acclamator activations, I guess. And yeah, as I said, with black die, no bomber, but still black die, and the reroll from the VTB, it's going to be almost guaranteed 1 damage. And then there is still Anakin Skywalker waiting. And another one. So meanwhile, maybe I'll tell you what was the question about the rules I've got. So you've got Luminara Unduli, Republic Admiral, who allows you to ready some defense tokens. If you were attacked and you have spent less than 2 defense tokens, then you can ready your defense token or another friendly ship defense token. In this situation, the ship which wanted to ready its defense token had a critical effect face-up card which says you cannot ready your defense tokens, and the players were wondering if what's more important, is that the damage card or is that a Luminara Unduli ability? And the answer is there is a golden rule which says that if there is an effect on the cards, it's more important than what is written in the rules reference. So it overrides the rules from the rules reference. However, if any card uses a word cannot, then that's absolute. And if it says on the damage, on the critical damage card, you cannot ready defense tokens, then even Luminara Unduli can't help you. I always believe that the tournament's opportunity to learn little things like this, because let's be honest, probably not many players have read the full reference rules from the front to the back cover. And sometimes there are exceptions and many situations when abilities trigger at different times. So those situations often occur during the tournaments, and that's a good idea to just keep this in mind for the future games. Turret dice, what was that? Was that salvo or something? Again, Daniel's playing safe. He's hoping that those recusants won't catch up until the end of the game, when it's too late for them to kill the acclamator. The interesting thing to notice here is how cheap are all of Daniel's ships. He can even lose this acclamator and it's only 87 points. That's really not a lot. For the ship which has a 7 hull, quite alright set of defense tokens, and what's more important, ability to activate 6 squadrons, give them swarm or reroll against the ships, and the flight controllers. So that's really something which can push, which can deal a damage more than it's worth. Or how would you say that? Punch above its weight? Also, all those armed cruisers which are expendable. If you are in a situation where you really need to stop enemy ship in place so that it can't outrun those slow Republic fighters, I can imagine in his games Daniel may probably try to put that armed cruiser in the front of enemy ship and hope for it to not be able to one-shot it. Obviously it may not work against something like an Imperial Star Destroyer or a Starhawk, but something which is something which has less front dice, maybe like MC-80 or even that Recusant. So I think I'm missing 2 fleets. I mean, I've got 8 Republic fleets, 2 Separatists, 2 Rebels, and 4 Imperials. So that's 16, and we have 18 players today. So I need to find those 2 who didn't give me their fleet roosters. But yes, it seems like, well, since this tournament is called Republic Open, we've got many players wanting to play Republic today, and I'm not sure if we can see the same, if we have seen the same pattern in the previous tournaments. At least in Wrocław, the last one, which was called Separatist Open, we had 5 Separatist fleets out of 13 players, so almost half. And today we've got almost half of the fleets being Republic, but for the Warsaw tournament, which was Imperial Open, and the Gdańsk tournament, which was a Rebel Open, I think there was not such a pattern. Let me see. We still have 55 minutes. We still have 55 minutes left for this round.
55 minut do końca. 55. Tak zawsze. Tak.
Okay, let me see what's happening here. Okay, they're planning their commands for the next round. And how will Marek open that round? I think he's lost all his fighters already. No, there is still one. Is that 3 fighters ace? Probably, I guess. Well, it's a difficult situation for Marek. I mean, he can probably save his hard sell for a little bit longer if he activates it first, but maybe he has a range to the rear of Acclamator now with the Patriot Fist, the closer of the 2 recusants, but even that one shot is not enough to kill Acclamator. And well, since Marek was very careful with his moves, he didn't move aggressively. If he shoots, is he activating that Patriot Fist? Yes. And is that in range? Let's see if we can see one shot. But again, as I was saying, it's only 87 points for this Acclamator. It's not much, but it's not going to be killed with just 1 or even 2 or even 3 attacks. It's probably, especially if those attacks will be just 1 per round. Maybe if Marek would be able to coordinate 2 or more of his ships into attacking same round and overload those defense tokens, because you have to remember that the medium ships are really struggling with having just 3 defense tokens if you compare them to large ships with a set of the usual set of the 4 defense tokens. And the Clone Wars ships, if you compare them to the original trilogy ships, or rather Galactic Civil War era ships, have a problem of having 1 salvo instead of actual defense token like evade or second redirect. Of course, salvo can be useful as well, because sometimes you don't want to attack that ship, otherwise you'll die. But it doesn't save you from any damage, so you are more likely to die faster than, for example, Assault Frigate or Victory Star Destroyer, if you compare them to the Acclamator or Munificent Frigate. And I think it's going to be flak again. And 1, 2, is that just speed 2? 1, 2. Why is Marek going slower? What's his plan? I see he has already lost 1 of his defense tokens and has a 2 damage, including 1 crit. So yeah, I think it's 1 or 2 more rounds, and that Patriot Fist recusant is going to die. Well, if he has activation, he really should try to break through this blob of fighters and get his work on ships started, but I think it's already too late. This is something he should have done from the very beginning. And now it's just too late. And those fighters will be easily able to finish off this recusant. A możecie zapisać i dać na końcu, żeby ten... So yes, Daniel is activating, I'm guessing he's activating Armored Cruiser because that's the perfect opportunity to use his external racks. That will be probably initial, no, that's already the external racks. It's how many? 4, 5, 6 damage. Yeah. And of course those hard cells are quite tough with nice full set of defense tokens, brace, redirect and evade. But still, yeah, 5 damage. If you brace it, it's still free. So not really a difference from what was before with a double. Now you can redirect it and take just the shield damage for this shot, but there is another one coming. Or is it just there is no double arc, or is it? And if I would have to guess, yeah, Daniel is probably not going to go into the range of Recusant, probably just going to, yeah, fly away, stay safe. Oh yeah, or maybe just to rear arc. The rear arc will be safe for him. If I can remember correctly, this hard cell is just moving speed 1 or 2, so it's not going to escape its destiny. I mean, it's fate. I see a question on the chat from Paul. I don't think they're from MicroArt. I think these trays are from Jack Custom. So you can see his logo on the bottom. Sorry, there's a rules questions. I'll be back in a minute. Aha, okej, a możecie spisać po prostu przynieść. Albo dobra, jakbyście spisali na kartce. Albo dobra, chodź. To już. Okay, we've got some games finished already. I'll just add scores.
Dla mnie 475 i 77 stracił.
Czyli Mateusz 77, Oskar win, Mateusz loss, save. Okay. Dzięki. So yeah, as I was saying to Paul, I think those trays are from Jack Customs, so you can see his logo on the bottom. I will ask Daniel after the game, so I can confirm. And as I was saying before, I'll be grateful if you spread the news. If you've got some Facebook groups, maybe Discord channels or something, just share the link for the stream. Maybe some more people would like to have a look at some Armada games. I know that not everywhere the live tournaments are back. Some people still not playing. Only maybe Vassal or Tabletop Simulator, but you know, some Armada live action is always nice to watch, even if it's played slowly. It's not as a fast-paced game as an X-Wing or something like this, but we like our Armada. I always like to compare it to a snooker. So you know, the commentary is usually lower pace, and there is a lot of thoughts put into what you're doing. Okay, so Marek is moving his second recusant and The interesting thing is maybe he will be able to put some overlapping. Oh no, okay. So I was thinking maybe with two requisites next to each other, he can cover himself from those fighters attacking, anti-squadron attacks from both of them, and those damages will add up slowly, but finally killing some Republic squadrons. There is one problem here. All those squadrons sit on the station, so that one dive flag will be obstructed and therefore no flag. And since Daniel has two more ships, two more activations, then the Marek, he will be able to outweight those requisites and then attack them once they are already moved. And another armed cruiser putting some damage on the hard cell. There is a single separatist squadron left. My bet is, I can't really see from here, but my bet is this is a 3-fighter ace, the DBS 404. Okay. Tak?
Kiedy deklaruje się, jak jest atak z koncentracją ognia i ma się żeton, kiedy deklaruje się, że trzeba wykorzystać...
Ale dial też?
Dial też.
Po rzucie. No tak, bo możesz dodać kość po rzucie i w momencie, kiedy chcesz dodać tą kość, musisz w tym momencie
jeżeli ma porzut, ale po rzucie i potem możesz przerzuty robić, tak. No
tak, bo to jest tak.
W całym ataku.
To jest coś takiego, atakujesz, po rzucie zbierasz początkową pulę.
Wydaje mi się, że po prostu albo używasz w tym ataku, a kiedy użyjesz tego żetonu, to chuj, albo w drugim ataku już go nie użyjesz.
Nie rozumiem.
Okej, rzut.
No i teraz decydujesz.
Mówi koncentracja ognia, dorzut kości. Inne przerzuty. Tak?
To nie, jeżeli decyduje się na zużycie koncentracji ognia, to musi najpierw powiedzieć, czy robi to z żetonem, czy bez.
Okej, dobra.
Dlatego, że nie możesz rozdzielić tego, nie?
Czyli, no tak. W momencie dorzucania kości z koncentracji ognia trzeba też zadeklarować, czy się używa.
Przed dorzutem kości. Mówisz, dorzucam kość i decydujesz w tym momencie, że używam żetonu, czy nie. Nie możesz sobie po rzucie zdecydować. And the classic concentrate fire command dial plus token question. Okay, what have I missed? So is that acclamator going to be activated? Let's see if those squadrons can finish off Marek's ship this round. Okay, we just on some of the other tables I just saw expert flying from an MC-80 player who managed to leave the battlefield with his Akbar assault cruiser fully upgraded like a Christmas tree. But well, it happens. And what have I missed here? I see, yeah, as I predicted, we see more and more damage put on that Patriot Fist recusant, and I imagine Daniels is scoring more and more points from fighter ambush objective. So are those 3 tokens on the bottom from the objective? I'll go over and check what's the situation. Okay, seems I was wrong about one thing. So this ace on the separatist side is actually the hyena ace, not the tree fighter ace. So that's the bomber which can roll 3 dice if it's activated by squadron command and deals 1 damage to itself. But it's pinned by Plo Koon, so it's not going to do anything anytime soon. And what else we've got there? Daniel has already scored 3 tokens, so 45 points from a fighter ambush objective. So actual score for Daniel at the moment would be 33-66. $111, I think, for all the tokens and fighters kit.
Zgłosić ręki?
Momencik.
Ja zdobyłem...
Momencik. Tu, no.
Ja zdobyłem 473 punkty. I już podliczyłem. A mój przeciwnik dostał 430. Advanced Gunnery, dlatego.
Okej.
U niego stolik i VS deck jako objective ship, a u mnie przeżył statek.
Czyli wygrałeś.
I nie stolik.
Wygrałeś, tak? Tylko niewiele, no jakby dużo nabiliście w obie strony.
Krzysiek tam z Grześkiem.
Już. Okej. No.
130 do 79 dla Grześka.
130 Grzesiek. Moment, muszę zaznaczyć. Ile? 79. Dla ciebie, tak? Dobra. Okej, dzięki. No?
Ile tam wyszło w tych punktach? 6,5?
Nie pokazuje mi się, ale podejrzewam, że 6,5. Bo to jest jaka różnica? 61?
Ludwin, właśnie, bo nie wiedziałem, który
61? To 7,4. Od 60 jest 7,4.
Dobra, dzięki.
Okay, another damage dealt to recusant, and I see players planning another round. Let's see how much time we've got for this round. It's still half an hour.
Pół godziny zostało.
Wystarczyło, że ja bym nie wystarczyło, żebym sobie stanął, bo się zastanawiałem, czy nie stanąć. Jakbym stanął na początku, to bym też wyrobił.
Okay, and what's the first activation here? What Marek is going to do? And the first activation is a hard sell. Well, this is an interesting choice. Or is it the first activation? Let's see. Or is Marek still planning his commands? I see. Oh. Okay. I see the question about upgrade cards, and if you're talking, Paul, about the new card packs and all the new expansions, then we don't have any translated cards. Sorry.
Jak Marek atakuje eskadrę i ma, wiesz, dwie niebieskie, dwie czarne i ma ruling, że może zamienić jedną kość na kość z symbolem kryta.
Tak, może czarną zamienić na crit hit.
Na czarna hit kryt, no.
Powiedz proszę Danielowi, żeby podszedł do mnie na 10 sekund, bo coś ze streamem mam, jakby Daniel podszedł. Poprosisz go? Sorry, coś tu wyskoczyło, nie wiem o co chodzi, nie chcę to zepsuć, więc powiedz mi, czy to trzeba zrestartować streama, czy coś?
Nie jest płynny.
A nie, tylko tyle, że będzie buforować się.
No.
Dobra, sorry. So I believe we experienced some reception problems. Should be better now. And so, Paul, to answer your questions, no, we don't have card upgrade packs, and we don't have new expansions translated. So Polish version of Armada was abandoned way back in wave 5, I think. We only have English cards, English translation, and English expansions. And there is actually 18 players today. 18 players, out of which there is at least 8 Republic fleets, 4 Imperials, 2 Rebels and 2 Separatists. I still don't have the last 2 fleets. I'll be walking around in the break between the first and second round. I'll try to gather some information on which factions and which admirals are played today. Meanwhile, back to the action. If I'm not sure what happened when we had problems with the stream, but it seems that Daniel is activating his squadrons, so that's most likely Nevote B activation, and it looks like it's going to finish off that Patriot Fist. There's just no way it can survive. Oh, okay. That was a black die with no damage, but the reroll thanks to Nevote B, and of course 1 damage. Another point for another token for Daniel. So he scored already 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 tokens. 6 tokens worth 15 points each. 7 tokens, and Patriot Fist is dead. So at the moment, with all the fighters, Patriot Fist, and all the tokens Daniel scored, he's got 284 points. He's at the 9-2 at the moment. And if he manages to kill the hard cell, not losing anything else, and I think he's attacking. He probably attacks it right now, isn't it? Okay, I've got some results. Give me a second. So, yeah.
342.
Poczekaj.
Niżej.
342.
No i wygrałem. No tu 30. No tylko na misji.
Okej,
To
dzięki.
ile będzie? 9?
10. Bo ponad 300.
Ja
Czemu?
Nie będzie ataku z warzywniaka.
Okay, so Bartek Kostuch, who just gave me his results, he won 10-1. He won 10-1, and he's actually so that's a good start for him for today. He's playing Imperial Fleet today, and he actually won the last tournament in Wrocław, and he beat me in the final game. And I've got more results coming in.
To jeden 195, a 280.
Czekaj.
Trzeci stół.
Ty ile?
Ja 280, a Kajetan zrobił 195. Dziękuję.
Dzięki. Okej. And Blackmail Reg, thanks for mentioning this, but yes, Peter Saber, who's also playing today, by the way, he's a local player from Kraków who's doing the great job of translating cards for us here in Poland. But what he also does is he creates resized versions of cards. So, for example, if you don't like the new standard card sizes for ships and upgrades, you can get from him some cards which are resized to mini American size for upgrades and the tarot size for the ships. Meanwhile, in our game, it's slowly over. I see more attacks coming to damage the other hard cell. Sorry, the other recusant. I'm surprised that the hard cell didn't took any damage cards yet.
Naprzód ty. I wtedy patrzeć, czy użyje sam mnie, czy nie.
And that's a perfect situation now for Daniel. He can range his squadrons around the recusant in a way that at least some of them will be in long range, so in range to be activated by Nevutepi. And that's all he needs to try to finish off also the second recusant. We've got 20 minutes left. And let me see how many games there are still played. So there is obviously the game on the stream which we are watching now, and 1, 2, 3, 3 other games still played. Seems that was an attack from the armed cruiser with external racks, but Daniel managed to roll all blanks, almost all blanks. So Marek is left with no more activations, and Daniel is doing his best to kill also the hard cell, which he should be able to do. It's a double arc from the armed cruiser. I think was a hidden crit, or just a crit and accuracy. Oh, structural damage, I guess. It's funny how those armed cruisers are almost in where they started the game. They basically done a full circle around the battlefield. And what are those attacks? Okay, Plokun finally, finally managed to kill the BS-404. So another 17 points for Daniel. So that brings him to 301. And he needs 11 more points to score 10-1. That will be just a single damage card from attacking a ship by a fighter. And well, looking at the situation on the board, I guess it's quite likely he will pull this out. The question is if he can kill the recusant, or will he just put some damage on it? I think we've got like 15 minutes left or something. New commands being planned, so another round, and looking at the squadron's activation sliders, I believe it's going to be 5th round. Sorry, 4th round, I guess. So looking at the score, Daniel may actually play against his fellow local player Bartłomiej next round. Well, obviously we don't have all the scores yet, but Bartek Kostuch also scored like 10-1, and if Daniel will have a 10-1 as well, then they may meet on the first table next round. I know those guys play a lot against each other, so that will be interesting to see when they get serious how it will end. Okay, so what is that shot? It seems to be a hard cell with a concentrate fire attacking armed cruiser, which spends all its tokens and will probably get some damage, but yeah, there was a reroll of the double, so yeah, a second damage card probably won't be enough to kill it anyway. Even if Marek will sacrifice Hartzell and Ram, well, he's still on speed 1, so it ain't gonna happen. Well, that Hartzell is basically ganged up by 3 armed cruisers, and I don't think it's going to survive this game. So it seems that in response to Marek's activation, Daniel has activated the VOTB, but was it just one fighter shooting? Why was it just one fighter? Is it possible that Daniel has not planned the squadron command? Let's see. Okay, so Marek is not even attacking, so I'm guessing there is no chance for him to kill any of those fighters. So he's just saving some time. And now Daniel is putting all these fighters in the rear, so in the squadron phase he's going to unleash a lot of damage. A lot of fire and probably a lot of damage on the recusant. No, this is a flagship giving some tokens to define the last armed cruiser. Guys are just speeding up the game, so Daniel didn't bother to execute a proper maneuver. It wouldn't matter anyway. And yes, I guess this is a red consular cruiser with external racks attacking the hard cell, most likely blocking the brace. not many shields left to. Yeah, I would. If I was Marek, I would reroll the blue damage because that's no risk of getting hit crit. So that's a 4. For damage, I guess no brace. I don't know what are the shields. Oh, yeah, that was a blue rerolled. And some damage redirected, probably to the front. And how many went through? 2. And yeah, it's dead. Because he rammed, yeah. Okay, so I see. So guys basically really speeding up the game at the moment and just agreeing on some outcomes of the game. And my guess is that the hard cell survived on the attack of the armed cruiser on 1 damage and then was rammed by it. Now we observe the squadron phase and all the vicious attacks of the fighters. How many more will get through? Well, there are still some shields left on the recusants, but with the hard cell dead, I think Daniel doesn't really have to push it. He already scored a turn 1. And yes, we saw the guys shaking hands, so that's over. Thank you for watching with us the first round. I think, well, the main mistake from, unfortunately I haven't seen what were the other options in their objectives for Marek, but the main mistake I would say was putting his ships too far away to the corner. Obviously with 8 deployments against Marek 6, he didn't really had a chance to out-deploy Daniel, especially that Daniel had 3 expendable armed cruisers and he could save his carrier for the last deployment. But nevertheless, I would try to, if that was me, obviously it's easy to comment now, but I think Marek had a better chance to basically turn sharp left and race through all those fighters as fast as he could, trying to kill some of the armed cruisers and maybe even a Clamator, and then those fighters would buy him some time. The way it played out, the fighters died and then Daniel was able to just bomb Marek's ships to death. Okay, more scores? Okej, kto tam teraz?
Ja wygrałem.
No dobra, ale po kolei punkty.
Zdobyłem 230.
215 win, tak?
A straciłem 189.
189? Loss, okej. Co tam świetlik? Gdzie ty tu jesteś? No?
Ja 400. Jacek 11.
Okay, guys, we have more 10-1s, so we'll see. It may not be Daniel against Bartłomiej at the first table.
400 do 51.
Ale kto?
Marcin Potulas 400.
400 win. 57.
Tak.
Okay, another 10-1, so I think we've got 4 people with 10-1 in this round. That's interesting.
We got 10-1 as well.
I know, I saw that.
361
361?
do 12.
Yeah.
Wszyscy 10-1 jadą?
11, nie? Czy 12? 12 on jest. Poczekaj, bo to już chyba ostatni, to chodzi no tutaj.
Tak?
No,
To teraz musisz zrobić tak. Wszystko?
wszystko na zielono.
No to daj na górę. Zastopuj czas. Stop.
Okay, so, okay, we are even 7 minutes before end of the round. That's great. Odświeżyć tu.
Tak, i create matches.
Create matches. Okay. And we've got
No daj czemu.
create, generate. Okay, we're generating a new pairings. Let's see what we've got out of this round.
Na wszystkie grupy powrzucałeś? Na co dałeś?
Nie miałem czasu, dałem na angielską, na polską i na czacie poprosiłem tam znajomych, żeby wrzucili na jakieś
Discorda masz?
Discordy. Nie właśnie, ale poprosiłem, mam nadzieję, że wrzucili. Nie wiem, czy
Dobra, to ja
wrzucili.
zobaczę zaraz. Wrzucę.
No mieliśmy tak gdzieś w momencie szczytowym 9 osób, ktoś tam nawet komentuje na czacie, a jednak was sparowało. Okay, so at the end we've got table 1, Bartłomiej, Kostuch, Daniel, Unzeitig. So as I was saying, those guys playing against each other very often. They two local players and sparring partners. So now we're going to watch them fighting for real. And both have already won one of the our regional series tournaments. So Bartłomiej won 2 weeks ago in Wrocław, and Daniel won in Gdańsk a couple of weeks ago. So we'll see. That's a good start for them. Will they basically kill each other and finish 6-5 or something, or will one of them prevail and win high? Stay with us or come back maybe in like 15 minutes. I guess we're going to have short break, and then we will start next round about 12 or 5 to 12 Polish time, obviously.
Kiedy będzie znowu zegar startował.
Co, wszyscy skończyli?
Tak. Okej. Pierwszy stół na streamie zostaje Daniel i dołącza do niego Bartek. Brawo. Stół numer 2 Marcin i Piotr Świetlik. Stół numer 3 Oskar, Jarek. Stół numer 4 Peter, Kubek. Stół numer 5 Grzesiek i Dawid. 6 Matt i Krzysiek. Number 6. 7 Kajetan i Mateusz. 8 Jacek i Paweł. I 9 Radek i Marek. Ty jesteś na trzecim z Oskarem.
A Krzysiek, na które stronie wyczytasz?
Krzysiu, ja Cię wyczytałem na 6 z matem. Na to wychodzi, tak.
On jest anglojęzyczny, tak?
Ale chyba mówi trochę po polsku. Musisz, ale generalnie tak.
Jeszcze raz na którym stopniu?
Ty, Paweł, jesteś na 8.
8 i
Tak,
Jacek.
czyli tak, z Jackiem. Okay, so we'll be back in like 15 minutes. For now, we're just going to give the players a short break, maybe to grab some water, move their fleets from table to table, and I'll start the clock in about 15 minutes. I can tell you, Paul, regarding your questions, that 2 weeks ago in Wrocław was exactly opposite. We had 5 separatist fleets out of 13 players. because the theme of the Wrocław tournament was a Separatist Open and the theme of this one is a Republic Open. It's not like we're going to give any additional rules or anything, it's just because we had 4 tournaments and there are 4 factions, so we've got some custom tokens printed as a prize for all players, and those tokens are themed as a name of the actual tournament. We had a Rebel Open in Gdańsk and we also had a Imperial Open in Warsaw back in, I think it was March and April. Okay, so I'll be back in 10 minutes. I'm going to see what players are having today in their fleet, and maybe I'll give you some breakdown of the admirals and the fleet archetypes in a few minutes.
Gdzieś tam do...
zobaczysz teraz. Dobra, za 5 minut ruszamy z czasem. basically, it's very confusing, but how it works is basically you use and count, and you can choose one string in range of the token. And what's important, remember about this happens at the end of the command phase. So actually, it happens before any activation. Because it is like you first do the command phase when you set up the dial. So it's before, no, it's after the dial, but before start of the sheet phase. So if you could take like at the start of the sheet phase, whatever, it happens after shot of the I've actually put a few kills with this. So for example, Lonely Rider was already damaged and for my friends before it do it. Tak, że to jest szanowny wskazów. Nie na początku fazy statku, to na przykład jak ktoś ma lampy, tego nie zdąży tego trafić. Okej, czas wystartował, 14:10, koniec rundy. Sorry, 15:10, bo się o godzinkę walnąłem.
Okay, so we are back, round 2 of the final and fourth and final Polish regional series tournaments at called Republic Open, because we've got some Republic themed prizes, custom made. And in this one we observe a fight between two sparring partners, local players from Kraków, Daniel and Bartek, and they're playing Volatile Deposits, which is Bartek's objective, so he's the second player. We had a chance to see Daniel in the first round on stream, and his fleet is oh, wait a second, why is this happening? So his fleet is a Republic fleet led by Admiral Ularen, which is, I would call it, well, it's kind of MSU. It's not just small units. There's one medium ship in the mix, but 4 very similar armed cruisers and a Acclamator, which is kind of super carrier. And on the other side we see Imperial dual ISD with some support from Rider, which is actually not Corvus Instigator. I thought it's Corvus, but it's Instigator with the Fletchet torpedoes. Ooh, that may be pretty good counter on for the Daniel's fleet. And also objective they playing is not, I would say it's in this seems from the beginning like it will be in favor for Bartek. I mean, Volatile Deposit has a special rule where if you attack a ship and you roll the crit, you can resolve a critical effect which allows you to do a splash damage in distance 1 from the obstacle, which is distance 1 from the attacked ship. A bit complicated, but yeah, basically, simply speaking, if you attack something, you choose obstacle distance 1 from it, and if you roll a crit, you can do a splash damage from that obstacle. And the splash damage is half of the rolled crits, rounding up. So 1 crit rolled, 1 damage, 3 crit rolled, 2 damage. What's interesting here is that a second player can resolve this on any crits, and the first player, so Daniel, only on the blue crits. So that actually gives Bartek a chance to do a lot of splash damage against Daniel's squadrons. Republic squadrons are tough, obviously, having about 5 to 6 hull. But what is bad news for Daniel is that those splash attacks cannot be stopped by enemies. They cannot be stopped by Axe ability. They cannot be stopped by scatter tokens because it's not an attack. It's just it just reads as suffer a damage. I see there are some people watching, so if you're back with us, please go ahead, ask questions. I'll try to, I've done some notes a few minutes ago, so I'll try to give you a breakdown of what fleets, what factions we've got today. And if you have any questions, please fire ahead on the chat. We've got the live chat here on the YouTube. And if you've got some Facebook groups, some Discord channels, maybe share that we are playing Armada at the moment, and maybe someone would like to join and have a look. So let's see, how many Republic fleets we've got today? So yes, 8 Republic fleets. Just 2 separatists, 4 Imperial fleets, and that leaves us with 4 Rebel fleets. Yeah. Sorry, it's actually 9 Republic fleets, so exactly half of our players playing Republic, and only 3 Rebels. And we can see that thanks to 8 deployments, thanks to having squadrons and some small ships, Daniel had the advantage in deployment, and I see he tried to put obstacles in a way that there will be no obstacles close to where his fighters may be, so he wants to avoid that splash damage. And my guess is he will be trying to fly his ships so he can avoid being distance 1 from the obstacles. That may be difficult. Now there is a single armed cruiser which Daniel is considering to put on the side. Interestingly, this time Daniel actually has advantage of 5 activations and first player, so he can try to pull out last first. Obviously Bartek will get his single pass token, so in the critical, I guess, second or maybe third round he will be able to avoid this. We saw that the players shaken hands, so they planning commands, they started the game. So I was saying Bartek will be able to avoid getting last firsted for that single critical round, but will he choose it right? And what happens next? Stay with us and you will see. Okay, for separatists, both admirals for separatists are Martuk, and one of the fleets you could see in the first round on the stream, that was 2 recusants, Hardcell and a medium fighter wing, and the other fleet is 2 recusants and the Providence. So basically something we call separatist beef, 3 large ships, usually no fighters or small fighter wing. In this case it didn't really work out today because both separatist fleets playing against each other on the last table at the moment, so they not having any too much success so far, but still 2 more rounds, we'll see. Maybe one of them will win big and will go back to fight for some top places. Maybe not the first, but something in the say top 10. Now in terms of Imperial players, we've got today 2 Sloan fleets, one out called 2 ships, and the other one is 2.5 ships because apart from the ISD and the Quasar, it also has a Gozanti. And then we've got actually 2 Tarkins. One you can see at the screen at the moment. One is a dual ISD Rider Gozanti with a Tarkin, and the other one is also a Tarkin, but is a ISD, VSD, Gozanti, and stay with me, 12 squadrons. So yeah, interesting one. Now moving to Republic. Oh, sorry, to Rebels. Maybe Rebels. 3 Rebel fleets. We have today a classic Akbar, so MC-80 assault cruiser Christmas tree style with support of CR-90 and 1 medium transport plus some rogues. I think it's about 6 rogues, so pretty strong fighter wing. Then we've got another MC-80, this time led by Dodona, with Nebulon B and the Vanguard title, and then 2 CR-90s and just the Dash Rander and the Rogue Squadron. And the final 3rd Rebel fleet is a General Kraken with MCU style, so 2 MC-30, 3 CR-90s, and just some fighters. I think just 3 A-Wings or something like that. Meanwhile, Daniel here is executing his first maneuver with the armed cruiser. Maybe I'll just go over there and check where we have flagships. My guess is that we have got a Chimera on the Imperial side, and there I can see there is one paint with the Chimera paint scheme, so I'm guessing that's this one. Well, let's check. Okay, that's interesting. I haven't seen from here, but when I went there, I've just seen that what Bartek did is, well, he's on speed 0 with all his ships. Okay, so yes, Bartek actually is on speed 0 with all his ships. He decided to have a little castle, a little fortress in the corner, and basically, because he's a second player, if nothing is killed, he's going to win 6-5, and he's forcing Daniel to come at him. I imagine he wants to use that objective to his advantage because, oh yes, there is another rule to volatile deposits, and it's if you have a ship next to the asteroids, you score some tokens, and those tokens are worth 15 points each. So, since the second player is always places the first obstacle, and then players alternate, so Bartłomiej was able to put 2 asteroids next to his ISDs. Now he's basically scoring 30 points each turn versus Daniel's 15, because he has just single asteroid. And yeah, that forces Daniel to come at him if he wants to reverse the score. But that's not going to be easy for him, because he will have to well, go through all those splash damages and somehow kill ISD, at least one ISD to score some points. Those ISDs are worth a lot. But then there is a raider with flechette torpedoes, which is just waiting for him to come and to shut off some of those fighters. That's going to be very difficult. It looks like it's a perfect counter to Daniel's fleet. My prediction is that this time Bartłomiej is going to win, but I think Daniel is the kind of player who's not really taking big risks, so he's probably, even if he loses, he's not going to lose big. So he wants to have a chance to win big in the final round, and maybe to win the tournament if no one else will have it in once. So this may be long game to watch. We'll see. I predict some action will happen maybe in round 3 and 4, but it's going to be definitely quick game. I mean, once they, we are already in round 2, and how much time passed? Like 15 minutes? Second round, Daniel's first activation was a flagship, which is hanging in the back, and probably will stay there to safely score those 15 points every round and pass some tokens. Another activation from Daniel. We could see that Bartek, for his activation, he activated the Xanthi with a CompsNet. Probably just passing some tokens. So actually the ISD on the top is Chimera and has a Darth Vader boarding party. It just moved. I wonder if his plan is to then kick from speed 1 to 3 and try to flank the Republic fleet. He seems to ignore at the moment the lone red consular class cruiser who is going to probably try to flank and attack from behind. But let's be honest, what can a single armed cruiser do against the Star Destroyer? And Chimera has all fighters follow me command, fleet command, but since it's a Chimera, it can change it fairly. I believe at the moment it's entrapment formation, which basically allowed Bartek in the first round to drop all his fleet to speed 0. On the rightly, Daniel is trying to avoid getting in the front arc via an ISD. That won't end well for this consular. It won't be one-shotted, but if it gets first a shot from 4 red dice and then a couple of more shots from side arc, it may actually be just enough to kill it. Daniel is still considering his move. Well, let's have a look then on what we've got in terms of Republic fleets today. Let me count. So we've got 2 Obi-Wan's fleet, 1 Admiral Yularen fleet, we've got 2 Luminaras fleet, 1 Bale, and I believe 3 Tarkin fleets. Yes, 3 Tarkin fleets. There is quite a lot of 2 double Venators. One of them is actually with those super lasers, SPHT or something, and that's a fleet with a Tarkin, 2 Venators, 2 Consulars, and SPHT. And what else? We've got a lot of squadrons. I think besides this one with SPHTs, all other Republic fleets have a medium to large fighter wing, but most of them has about 3 activations, either 2 Venators plus Pelta or Venator plus 2 Peltas, and some other combinations. Looks like both Imperial Star Destroyers are on speed 1 at the moment. I wonder what was going to be Daniel's plan in this game. So basically, due to the asteroids and the scoring in this volatile deposits objective, at the moment Daniel has a 15 points and Bartłomiej has a 30 points, and this difference is going to get only larger until they will start to shoot at each other. Interesting thing is that Bartek has electronic countermeasures on one of his ISDs and the early warning system on the other one. So since that one with EWS is a Simon and a flagship, I imagine a strategy for this one is to hang in the back, attack long range, and thanks to the early warning system just get some occasional red dice thrown on him, while the Imperial 2 with point defense ion cannons, which work on the short range, and Darth Vader boarding party, which also works on the short range, is more going to close the distance and try to fight at point blank range. So I'm guessing at some point it's going to jump from speed 1 to 3 and try to flank the Republic fleet. If all those Republic squadrons will be closed in the two-front arcs of ISDs, well, maybe Bartek has no squadrons on his own, but Instigator with the flechette torpedoes plus 2 ISDs may actually make a short work of all those squadrons.
problemy są dzisiaj. Komentują coś ludzie na czacie, że
Troszkę
jest
coś nie, właśnie nie, ale zobacz, nic się nie dzieje od jakiegoś czasu, natomiast niby na YouTubie...
No bo na YouTubie jest opóźnienie,
Ja
więc
wiem.
pokazuje ci to, co się
Na
działo
YouTubie
wcześniej.
coś tam się dzieje, tylko że tutaj...
No padła kamera. Bartek, a rzuć kostki na Dice Tray.
Tu pokazuje...
Tu nie, pokaż mi.
No,
Już rzuciłeś?
nic. Kamera padła.
Tak.
Niestety, cały czas ten sam moment. Raczej chyba nie ruszyłem żadnego problemu.
No to, żebyś to
Tak, już rozumiem.
Musisz odblokować
Aha.
kółdeczkę right,
Mhm.
przesunąć i...
Tak. Okay guys, we are back. We had some problems with a camera. And what have we missed? I see that not much happened. Daniel has still approaching with caution. I assume that the players prepare for the third round since they just planned their commands. So I'll update the score. Thanks to the tokens from volatile deposits, Bartek will now have 60 points and Daniel will have 30 points. Okay, at least we've got a voice. We've got a sound from what I'm being told on the chat. Let's see, what was the first activation from Daniel? And that's a flagship, so yeah, just speed 1, stay close to obstacles, score points, don't get shot. That's a tactic for Daniel's flagship this game. And in response, we see that Bartek's just activating a Kozanti, passing some tokens. and trying to outweight Daniel's Alpha Strike to be able to attack back with his ISDs and Raider. Okay, I've just asked guys, and looks like Bartłomiej has not used his pass token yet. You can see next to the objective on the bottom right corner there is a some kind of blue purple token. That's a pass token. Okay, Daniel's trying to outmaneuver fleets. So Bartek, well, armed cruisers with external racks can probably do some damage once, but then will they be able to do any significant damage in fight with ISDs? And two of them? The strategy to have multiple small threats employed by Daniel has his advantages and disadvantages. I would say the good things about this fleet is you've got point spread, so even if you lose one of its pieces, then it's not a big loss. You can still put up a fight, you can still score well. Sorry, there is a question.
Jak ja się chcę wramować w typa, który ma tego krytyka, to on dostanie jeszcze?
No nie, bo jest tylko napisane kiedy on. As I was saying, the good things about this fleet is multiple threats, a lot of deployments, so a good chance to out-deploy your opponent. And you can lose one or two pieces and still have a chance to win big. But the disadvantage is nothing in this fleet on its own can do a lot of damage. You have to coordinate all your attacks to be able to kill a large target like ISD. Of course, you can kill small things easily. I mean, easier than ISD, of course, but to bring down ISD or say Starhawk, that will require a perfect coordination of all those fighters and armed cruisers and Acclamator. On the other hand, Bartek has only 4 activations, 4 deployments, but 2 large threats. Both ISDs can be very deadly. The interesting choice from Bartłomiej is that he took a no gunnery team. Of course, gunnery team now is much harder to use because it requires a concentrated fire command for attack to allow the second attack from the same arc. But you would think that with a Tarkin as the Admiral, it's not that hard to get that concentrated fire token. This time though, the strategy seems to be to employ Sovereign on the ISD Simon refit to get whatever token you need at the moment. Yeah, I'll be back in a minute. good question. Okay, what happened when I was over there? Let's see. Okay, so I believe Chimera is on speed 3 now. I think I'll go and check, but I don't think speed 2 move would pull this out. Oh, thanks Jerzy for confirming that we have a vision now. Okay, yeah, so From what I saw over there, the Chimera is indeed on speed 3. And Simon is on speed 1, Instigator still on speed 0. Okay, Daniel is still trying to approach ISDs, but to avoid front arcs. And interesting if he can do that. I wonder if Bartłomiej will decide to surprise Daniel with some speed 1, 2 clicks to the left maneuver, even if it means risking a landing on the rock, just to catch those armed cruisers in the front arc of Simon. So far it seems that all those Republic fighters are useless. Okay, that would be Raider. Probably speed 2. So from 0 to 2 thanks to the token, or maybe entrapment formation. 1, 2. Can't see properly from this angle, but assuming that Bartłomiej will have entrapment formation active plus token plus navigation command, he may be able to jump from speed 0 to speed 3 if he chooses. But at the same time, Daniel is the first player, and has more activations. So if he chooses to actually unleash his last attack in the round against the Raider with all the squadrons, and then repeat this at the top of the next round, will he be able to kill the Raider? Well, that Raider has Aiden Versio, so of course at the short range it will be cancelling up to 4 attack dice in single round, thanks to 2 evades. I think Daniel is checking the range to the Raider, so he's considering this attack. It's kind of like, I would say, if he commits to this, he really needs to kill the Raider. Otherwise, if it's activated and puts a double black flag with the rerolls plus flag from Simon plus flag from Imperial 2, that may make a quick work of those Republic squadrons. And bombs away. And the first dice cancelled from the Raider. A second attack, 1 damage. And the damage taken on the shields. So we're finally experiencing some action here. Another damage. and another damage taken to the shields.
Przemek, zerkniesz, bo tam jest na piciku, czy jest lot, czy jest...
Okay, there was another rules question, so I've missed what was happening here. So I see more squadrons bombing Instigator. And that is Anakin Skywalker. So Raider actually used its evade 3 times and got 1 damage card, so I guess all front shields are gone. Now Daniel only needs few more damages. And that's Simon, I believe. So a lot of flak. Simon, I see there was a concentrate fire command on the Simon, so we had a third black die added to one of the flags. I'm guessing that the early warning system, I can't see from here, but it's in the front, so now there is an interesting thing. Bartek cannot risk slowing down to 0 anymore, so he has to move the ISD, but will he be able to avoid ramming his own ship? if no, then Daniel has even better chance to take down the rider on the top of the next round. And how Bartek is going to resolve this situation? Well, he cannot do that without ramming his own ship. Okay, so they are marking a position of some squadrons to allow for a more accurate placing of the movement tool. I'm afraid, well, maybe if Bartek had a jerry rod he would be able to pull this out, but to me it seems like a ram. Especially that he doesn't have a navigation. Because we all saw that, oh, maybe, okay. Right, very close, but still, we managed to pull it. Now this means, well, the fact that Bartek was able to avoid a ram against his own ship means that this Nevote B will have a bad time in a moment. Of course it's going to activate. Oh no! Actually Daniel has a problem here, because if he's going to activate Nevote B first on the top of the next round, then he will ram his own armed cruiser and stay in the place. Unless this armed cruiser has not moved yet, but I believe it already moved. Okay, so more commands are being planned for the next round. Now Daniel was trying to break the Chimera. Yeah, I think they skipped the squadron phase due to all the fighters being activated earlier with the squadron commands. And let's see what Daniel will do. Yeah, as I thought, all other ships were activated, so that Nevota B is either going to activate all squadrons and then ram and stay in place as an easy target for ISD, but giving Daniel a good chance to kill the rider, or Daniel will activate that consular first, but then Bartek would have to activate rider before it's dead, and will be able to do a lot of attacks with potential Fletchet torpedoes effect. So to me it seems like Daniel has to risk the Votabi staying where it is, although it may not be. Well, it's all down to a question if this exchange will be worth it, because this rider is not even worth that as many points as the acclamator. More tokens, so I guess we'll update the score to 45.90. And that will be a start of round 4.
Gdzie jest?
Jest coś lepiej?
Okay, it's getting darker here, so I had to put some lights on. I was asked by some players, but let's go back to at the top of round 4. It's Daniel's activation. I see that he already flipped that command dial on the acclamator, so no surprise here. And let's see if the rider will die. That's a blank, but reroll from the Nevota B and a damage. Or is it? because I haven't seen Bartek pulling out the card. So were those 2 blanks in a row? Yeah, this time there is a damage, so I think there were 2 blanks in a row in the first shot. That's a second damage card on the Instigator. I believe Bartek forgot to refresh that single evade, so he may want to do it in a minute when he was going to use it for the first time. Oh, that's Anakin Skywalker, 2 crits. That's that rider there. Yeah. And a bombing run against Simon will start. That's my guess. The other ISD is too far away to risk spreading the fighters and getting into 2 ships anti-squadron firing arcs. Or is it actually attacking? Oh, 2 blanks in a row. But was it actually an attack? Was that wave which Daniel did with his hand to indicate that he was attacking a Gozanti? Is he trying to just score some points, leave the ISDs and escape? What? Well, it seems that the other rock, which is the further in the back, is already abandoned by the ISDs. So we actually, once the ISDs moved forward, we may observe that the sides of the table flipped, and now Daniel is going to score more points from the objective starting from this round. I imagine it will be easy with navigation command and that those armed cruisers to land next to the rock and score two of them, one with the flagship, one with the other armed cruiser. Okay, what is the next target for the Daniel? He still has some fighters to move. I think, well, the only choice he has now is probably between attacking the Gozanti to get it down, to bring it down, or to start working on the ISD. But this is not his preferred. Well, I guess he would prefer to attack the other ISD since the other one is. Oh, sorry, no. Actually, I was thinking about electronic countermeasures being less effective against squadrons, but there is a point defense ion cannon on the other one, so that's really bummer for a squadrons. So actually, out of those 2 ISDs, the Simon will be probably easy to get to destroy. But yeah, we can see it's actually a Gozanti is a target now. Not sure why. It seems like it will take a lot of attacks to bring it down, but to what effect? 25 points. And Bartek still has a Tarkin to get his tokens, so. And now it's time for Bartek's activation. Nevotabi took a damage, and also the armed cruiser took a damage from ramming. Now I believe that Bartek will activate the Gozanti before it dies, because the ISD knows already that Nevotabi is not going to escape. Yeah, that's a flag from Gozanti. So that's a second. The first one was a flag from Simon, now from the Gozanti. I think this damage may add up soon, and it may be actually enough to bring down some of those squads. A blue die. Why was it a blue die? Oh, okay, that was a side arc attack against the armed cruiser. Tęsknimy, Kuba. Jak widzisz, separatystom nie idzie za dobrze. Wyniki? Dobra to. Okay, we've got the first score from this round. And what is it?
Wygrałem 513.
Grzesiek 513.
Do 372.
372. A co była za misja?
Oba z Wenerem.
O wow. To oba okręty poszły?
Tak.
A twoje to były te wenatory ze swatem?
Tak.
Okay.
Udało mi się zdjąć obydwa, ale ten mnie salwał do mnie też.
Okay, we've got some points. The first game finished this round was 2 venators with those ignition attacks, and they won against Imperial Tarkin with 12 squadrons. 500 points against versus 370. And then separatyści, tak?
Tak.
No co
ja
tam?
400, drugi 400. Marek 107.
Okej.
Mocne 9-2.
No. Los.
Dzięki.
Okay, we also have results from our last table where both separatist fleets were fighting against each other, and so actually one of them was able to win 9-2, scoring 400 points, losing 107. So he's kind of back in the game, and with the good score in the third round has a chance for some maybe top 8 even. Meanwhile, on our top table, okay, Daniel has activated the armed cruiser which was blocking the way of Nevotabi, but my guess is, yeah, the Sovereign will activate now and try to punish those Republic ships. Yeah, what's his command, by the way? Can't see from here, but it's like, oh my, 5 red dice with an accuracy, so no brace, 4 damage, no brace. That's, well, yeah, he can survive that.
Wynik z Kubkiem.
Z czym?
Kubek, Jakub Kubek. 199 dla niego.
Czekaj. Daniel 199 i...
Piotrek Petersawa.
Ty 199?
Nie, on.
On i lose czy win?
On wygrał.
Okej.
Ja zdobyłem 192.
O matko, very close. Very close. Okay, already third game finished. This one was Republic against Rebels, and Republic barely won 6-5. but that was like 4th table or something, so... And now we observe, yes, there was this front arc shot against Nevota B, which was probably doing some shield damage. I can see salvo being used and probably redirect. A brace was blocked by accuracy, and now the side arc is putting even more damage on squadrons. And I imagine Bartek will now ram to get some damage on Nevota B. Nevota B will still have a chance to move, but it's not much place in the front of it, so it's only going to move. Don't think it's going to move outside of the front arc of ISD, and then most likely won't be able to escape it the next round because of all that all those ships staying in the front of it. Or maybe Daniel still hasn't moved one of those two armed cruisers, and Gozanti may be killed by the fighters. Maybe that's why Daniel went after Gozanti, to just remove an obstacle from escape route for the Nevota B. So he was planning this all along. And it doesn't help Bartek that he forgot to... He, I think, chose to do not plan any navigation commands, so those ISDs do not turn as sharply as they could. With a navigation and the click on the first joint, it would be able to move much, to turn much sharper and keep those Republic ships in the front guard for much longer. Let's see, we still have 55 minutes left.
Parzysta czy nie parzysta?
Parzysta. Czemu?
Szczerze, odpuściłbym ostatnią grę, ale nie będę zmuszał kogoś w baję.
Co się dzieje?
To jest to...
Nie idzie?
Nie to, że nie idzie, chodzi o to, że pokazało się to była akcja w stylu ja odpalam na Venatorze wszystkie rozkazy, w którym mi daje dodatkowe z Bale'a. I tam, wiesz, zacząłem aktywację SK, dobyłem SK, gdzie mówię, o kurwa, przecież powinienem jeszcze zrobić to, naprawę.
No.
Czy mogę zrobić naprawę? On mówi, no wiesz, tylko teraz zależy gra.
Ale przecież możesz zamiennie robić naprawę ze skanerami, to nie jest ustalona kolejność?
Czy nie, poczekaj, czy ja najpierw wykonałem atak statkiem, no bo mogę, bo mam kontrolę tego flight commandera. Nieważne, była sytuacja, że on mógł na to pozwolić albo nie. Wiesz, była akcja, że no wiesz, tego teraz zależy gra, no bo to było, wiesz, Akbarowiący 80, walący albo w 3 tarcze, albo walący w 0 tarcze. No i wiesz, i ja mówię, no okej, no jak chcesz w ten sposób, wiesz co, tak, chcę.
No nie możesz mu tego zabronić. No, fakt,
dobrze,
że
dobrze,
sportowe zachowanie...
No dobrze, ale to jest zachowanie się jak chłopak. To znaczy, wiesz co,
ja bym pewnie wyzwolił.
Szczerze, zrozumiałbym, gdybym powiedział, że wiesz, o, wyprowadziłem cały ten i o kurwa, miałem Spejla, dać mu jeszcze rozkaz na napraw. Wiesz, no w ogóle po całej aktywacji. Okej, rozumiem, zjebałem. Ale ja użyłem tego rozkazu. Ja go sobie położyłem. Szczerze, nie chce mi się grać. To jest jeden z niewielu momentów, gdzie nie chce mi się. Co?
Nakryłeś.
No to mam to wziąć. Szczerze, mam to wziąć. Nie chce mi się grać, ale powiem szczerze, przez to, że jest parzysta liczba graczy, nie chcę sprawiać, że ktoś będzie problem. I tyle.
Okay, back to our game. Yeah, as I was thinking, thanks to consulars being pretty nimble little ships, this round the roles reversed, and Daniel will be able to score 2 points from 2 tokens, so 30 points from the objective. I should probably update the score because now we've got 86 additional points killed by Daniel. So that's because both Gozanti and the rider are dead. Now the question is if Nivota B will be killed, because that's almost 90 points and it still will be close game. So we'll probably end no more than 7-4 or 6-5 into one favor. Okay. I think Daniel starts to be afraid of those ISDs because if he's not careful, his flagship may be actually caught. However, it seems that, well, it's difficult to predict with and to be certain, but I think Znevota B has not been active. Was it activated yet? Yeah, it was this round. But next round, even if it moves, it will really need a navigation command to escape the front arc of the ISD. The question is if Daniel has this command or for the next round, because obviously he has a skilled first officer, so he can skip one command. Maybe this is perfect occasion to use it. And answering the questions on chat, Paul, no SSD today. To be honest, I haven't seen SSD in a while being played in the competitive environment. I was considering to take it to the last tournament, but simply I couldn't think about any good build for a competitive play at the moment, and I simply had no time to practice with it. So I decided to leave it at home for now. And Karol, thank you for being with us. Maybe I know Karol is my friend, so he's not playing Armada, he just popped in to say hello. Maybe he will like what he sees and will join me playing this game. So Karol, if you're still watching us, remember that, believe me, pushing plastic ships on the table is fun. You have to try it. Okay, let's see what's happening. So it's probably a squadron phase, and Daniel is trying to. He's considering the positioning of his squadrons, and my guess is he's trying to save as much of them as possible. They probably took some damage already from both ISD and the Gozanti, and if he stayed too close to ISDs, he may just lose some squadrons. At the moment he's ahead in points, and if he manages to save Nevota B, then he's going to win, well, 6-5 at the moment, but soon he will score some more points from the objective, so maybe he will even be able to pull 7-4. And Kuba, yes, 0.5 is just how we call 2.5 ships is something is a name for an ISD and Quasar and the Xanti. Okay, the beginning of the 5th round, I believe. And some more points scored, so 161 versus 105. Okay, so I was right about it being beginning of the round 5, but I was wrong about the obstacles, about the scoring obstacles. Actually, Daniel managed to score all 3 obstacles, so well done, Daniel, well done. Actually, as a first player, he was able to exploit this objective, and I think he actually scored, well, he scored exactly the same amount of points as Bartek from it at this moment, and eventually I think he will score more. He will have to escape with the flagship, because otherwise he's risking to get shot by an ISD, but the other armed cruisers are able to score the other 2 rocks for another 2 rounds, I think. And I haven't seen this splash effect being used yet, so I wonder if Bartek will be able to shoot maybe the armed cruiser and somehow get all those or some of those squadrons destroyed with the splash effect from the obstacle. So obviously Nivota B is activated first to give it a chance to escape. I can't see what is command, but so Daniel seemed to do something on the with engineering because he was manipulating the shield dials, probably with a navigation. Sorry, probably with engineering token or maybe dial, and now he's moving speed 3. So it seems like the speed 3 is going to be executed from navigation dial because actually Daniel is trying to change some clicks. Or no, this is only a click in the middle, so that is that's speed 2. That wasn't speed 3. But I think it was enough. It seems that he's out of the front arc. Again, well done, Daniel. If it's true. And not sure if they're checking the arc or just the distance. I think it was just the distance. Oh. Is it in the front arc of the other ISD? Yeah. So, not good news for for Nivota B. Yeah. I see some comments on chat and yeah, I'm asking myself the same question as isn't Nivota B going to survive past this round? And before this move I thought it will survive because it's going to escape the side, the front arc of the leading ISD. However, now I think it seems that the second ISD, the Chimera, is going to have it at the long range from the front arc, and then there is this other option to to turn sharply to the left with the Chimera to catch Nivota B nevertheless. So if not this round, then the next round it's dead. That's interesting. I would actually consider turning to the right. Of course, Bartek considered that move, but I'm not sure if I wouldn't do that because that way he will be able to threat two ships at the same time, and even though Daniel is the first player, he won't be able to escape both ISDs, so he will only be able to save either Nivota B or the flagship. On the other hand, well, those are the questions which players always have to ask themselves, but maybe Bartek decided that it's better to be absolutely sure that he's going to kill Nivota B. That's almost 90 points, and if he scores this now, then he's going to lead in the points for a short while, because then Bartek will then Daniel will score the objective, but at least it gives him a chance to turn the score to his advantage. Okay. Okay, front arc shot coming soon. So we've got more than half an hour left, but should be enough for those guys here to finish.
Najpierw jest evade, potem jest społowienie.
Proszę.
Przy wykorzystywaniu rzutów obrony. Najpierw jest evade, potem jest społowienie.
Generalnie evade robisz od razu, nie? A społowienie dopiero na końcu, kiedy robisz, kiedy przyjmujesz obrażenia. Okay, I haven't seen the dice rolled. I was answering some questions, but I see Bartek already moved to... already trying to move with his ISD. So was it actually out of range? Oh my. That Nevota B is moving speed 2. I don't think it has a navigation. It's probably having a squadron command. And well, it's either Nevota B or armed cruiser going to be saved, so Daniel risking to lose at least one of his ships. Obviously Nevota B is worth like twice as much as any of those small armed cruisers, except maybe for a flagship, but that one is safe. Jarek, mordujesz.
Przeraża mnie, bo trafię teraz na osobę, z którą już nie pójdzie mi tak dobrze.
Oj tam, oj tam.
Ale pięknie, kurczę.
Jeszcze raz, Oskar 36.
Ja 321.
Los.
Aklamator to ten mały, nie?
Tak.
No, aklamatora ściągnąłem w trzeciej rundzie.
Nieźle.
Wleciałem w niego na trójce.
9-2 to będzie.
Tak. Wenatora wolałem i peltę ściągnąłem.
Przez to, że to nie ma tak jak Wiktory dwóch redirectów, to ginie od pierdnięcia.
Więc po prostu wciągnąłem go nosem. Fajnie. I większość dobrze poszło z eskadrami. W ogóle rzuciłem na snajpie, na Saberze, na 6 kostkach, bo 4 normalnie,
Allrunner i Flight Controllers.
6 hitów.
Co żeś zabił?
Anakina praktycznie ściągnąłem z połowy to do 3, ale z 5 nagle na 2 spadł, potem leciał jeszcze do niego...
On ma 5, a nie 6?
6 ma na maksa, on już był wcześniej obity o jeden, więc fajnie wyszło, no. A jak to
Nieźle
sobie radzą na ten?
Wiesz co, no było już parę wyników, Kubek gdzieś tam zrobił 6-5.
O, to na kubka może nie trafię wtedy.
No, Grzesiek zrobił chyba jakieś 7-4.
No.
Okay. So armed cruisers basically scoring some rocks, and we will soon move to the round 6. Yeah, Marek done quite a good score this round, 9-2. So yeah, Jurek was listening to us. Good, good. I'm not sure what was his score in the first game, but he was on the table 3, so had to be a win. Okay, 7-4, yes. It was 7-4 in the... So Jurek knows better than me. That's good. That gives him 16 points. That's not too bad before the round 3. I wonder if he's going to play on stream. Okay, let's go back to the final round. So yes, again, 3 tokens scored by Daniel, so 45 points. Pretty good. I'll check if that means that, because I thought that the flagship, the armed cruiser, which is a flagship, would have to stay speed 0 to actually score this rock once again. And what's the activation? That's of course the Vota B, and I know it has a navigation token and engineering token, but I wonder what's the dial. Perhaps engineering, the Daniel is doing some repairs. Okay, so Nevota B had a navigation, so was easily able to escape. Daniel already moved all his ships away, all his squadrons away from obstacles to avoid getting splashed, and his flagship is indeed on speed 0 as I thought. So, since Bartek moved both his ISDs towards the Nevota B, Daniel could slow down to speed 0 without a risk and score that objective for another 2 rounds, round 5 and round 6. So this is very good example how Daniel, Bartek was trying to build a fortress in the corner, and this is a good example how Daniel, with a careful approach and using his objective against him, was able to score a lot of points without killing a lot. And the Vota B was shot at the long range, but since it had some repairs planned, it was not enough to kill it. And this is round 6, so that means no more shots against it. And maybe in the final round, yeah, they shook hands, yeah, so they already counted what can die, what cannot die, and who will score points, and decided to end the game here. Very interesting to watch, very, I would say, not the obvious game where you exchange a lot of shots and kill each other, but that one required a careful approach and using objective to your advantage, which Daniel did perfectly with Bartek's objective. Bartek tried to fortress, but
once the squadrons were actually close to him, he couldn't risk staying at the speed 0 because that would mean no defense tokens, and that was risking losing an ASD. So he had to move, and since he had to jump over those rocks he put next to him to score them, he then moved too far away from those rocks and wasn't able to score them in the second half of the battle.
Mam 270 do 90.
To chyba prawie dobrze policzyłem. Nie wpisałem jeszcze tego ostatniej rundy, ale żeś go rozjechał nieźle.
No, nie spodziewałem się.
Powiem
6-5 brałem z pocałowaniem ręki.
Tutaj 270.
Ile Bartek przekminił, tylko
270 do, wiesz co, wydaje 90. Błąd był jego chyba ciężko mi powiedzieć w sumie, to jest los. Że się tego splasza, znaczy to nie wiem czy błąd, no to nie że błąd, ale tego splasza.
Ja miałem
się.
to na uwadze, ciężko było.
Ja wiem, to trzeba było, tym bardziej, że republikańskie nie giną od pierdnięcia.
Znaczy nie no, jakby dobrze kulnął plus dobry flag, to mógł je pociąć.
Tak,
ale
tak.
Wiesz, musiał wylecieć na eskadrę i wtedy...
Te wyniki tylko, że Mateusz 360.
Mateusz jeszcze raz, Mateusz ile?
366.
366
On wygrał.
56 win, tak?
I 213.
K1 213. Bardzo wysokie wyniki mamy ogólnie dzisiaj, w sensie, że dużo ginie.
To dobrze. Ile to
no, znaczy gra się. Nie wiem, to dopiero będzie, już ci mówię. 153 to jest chyba 8. 383. Okay, so we still have something like 20 minutes left. Yeah, 25 actually. And then probably about 10 minutes break, so we'll be back in about 30-40 minutes. Meanwhile, I'm getting a short break and I'll see how the players how the games are going. We still have a three games being played at the moment. I hope you will be back with us in about half an hour to 40 minutes. Dobra.
To za chwilę.
Działa tam ten stream w końcu?
Działa, no tylko teraz powiedziałem, że przerwa, nie?
Tak, Jacek wygrał.
Moment, znajdę tabelkę.
Jakiś magiczny system przecież.
Tak, no i co tam?
8 i Jacek wygrał.
Dobra, Jacek.
262.
262.
139.
139.
No i tutaj prosto.
No, cyk. Dobra, zobaczymy, dzięki. Jak tam się gra?
Super.
No to dobrze, to dobrze. Już?
Tak.
Okej. Give me 2 seconds. I'm with you. Czego? Wynik?
You're gonna need a calculator.
Nie. 33 do 12? Oh really? Okay. Is that 33 for you?
Yes.
Okay. Nie było przewidzianych żadnych takich nagród. Math 33, 12, czyli one torrent dead, right? And 33 points from what?
3 A-wings killed.
3 A-wings, okay. So you decided to do not shoot against each other's ships.
I was chasing space all the time.
Alright. Okay guys, so we still have like 15 minutes left and then we're going to do half an hour break. So 45 minutes from now. So looking at the clock, it's 3:45 p.m. when we're going to start the final round. Polish time, obviously. Proszę? To jest 13 minut plus pół godziny przerwy. No takie 40, że można sobie kupić. Ja właśnie myślę jakąś kawę. Wiesz co, ja mam bułki sobie zrobiłem, się wyposażyłem, bo myślałem, że nie będę w stanie wstać do tego.
A co wy tutaj chcecie zamówić? Jedzenie?
Tak, mamy około 40 minut przerwy. 3 minuty do końca czasu. Przestartuj. 2, 6. 2, 6. 3. Win. 2, 2, 5. Loss. Save. Mamy chyba wszystkie. I robimy create matches. Generate matches. Jednak.
Nie.
Ale powiem Ci, że nie wiem, czy nie lepiej dla Ciebie. Jak
Lepiej.
oni zrobią remis,
Lepiej, na maksa jest lepiej.
Dobra. Uważaj. Uwaga, paringi na ostatnią rundę. Mamy tak. Pierwszy stół Daniel versus Świetlik. Jak robicie, chłopaki? Stream czy nie stream? Czyli idziecie na dwójkę, dobra. To na pierwszym stole Jarek versus Marcin. Na trzecim Grzesiek Bartek. Na czwartym Oskar Kubek. Na piątym Matt Peter. Na szóstym Krzysiek Radek. Na siódmym Mateusz Jacek. Na ósmym Dawid Kajetan. I na dziewiątym Paweł i Marek. Z tym, że możecie się przenieść, ale zaczynamy gdzieś tak za pół godzinki, nie? No jak tam chcecie, to możecie się rozstawić, ale nie zaczynajcie może gry już.
Ja mam 393.
robię takie, wiesz, dowcipy, zabawy. Tak, że ktoś kurde, zrobię 393, nikt nie zrobi mniej. Aha. Pierwszy raz będę musiał pas tokeny wyjąć. Czemu? Dwa.
W 9 z Marek Talma. Dobra.
Jak się już spytałeś, tak o tobie, ale jak się już spytałeś, to masz... Strasznie mi podobało. Jest domena moja.
Ale następnym razem zrobi lepsze. Mówić na szybko. A myślałem, że to Kacik zrobi, wiesz, Photoshop to mówi, że on mi drukował tak jak jest, wyszło ciemno.
Ciemno, musiałby była większa, jak to zrobił. Zajebiste!
Nie, ja wiem, że to było Bartłomiejczym razem mogłem, nie dobrze mogłem przynieść. Żeby innego domokła, nie? Ale taka profanacja to jest... Może być.
W jednej grze tylko się dało.
W jednej grze?
halo. No nic, że dam ci numer, myślę, że na przykład jak będziesz miała, no to napisz mu, jak będziesz wyjeżdżać, czy tam będziesz za mniej więcej półtorej godziny, to się Dobrze. Dobrze, jak tam?
Zadajcie, jakie są
Strzelam do kogoś za piętką, on się ostrzymuje za piłkę i tej I nie dostaliśmy nic za odblokowanie achievementa. I nie było nic za odblokowanie achievementa.
Nie, na zakach możemy zrobić taką była jakaś tam wola. Teraz wam będzie to może.
żeby zmobilizować przed nie tak, mogli wiadomo. Bo wszyscy wyjdą, to gości raz.
Bo blatowanie.